Hey friends, welcome back and thank you for being here today. In this acrylic painting tutorial, we're going to paint a glowing autumn birch tree by the lake with soft reflections and vibrant fall colors. This lesson is perfect if you want to practice blending skies, painting water reflections, and capturing that cozy fall landscape feel. No matter your skill level, I'll walk you through every step. So grab your paints and let's create something peaceful and beautiful together. Before we get started with the material list, I want to do something special. We're giving away one of my brush bundles to someone in the comments below. All you have to do is share a little bit about your art journey, how you got started painting, what art means to you, or even why you picked up the brush again after many years. I enjoy reading your stories and connecting with you guys. I'll be announcing the winner in the post on YouTube at the end of this month. Alright guys, God bless and enjoy. I'll be painting on a 14 by 18 gallery canvas. It already has gesso coat on it, and the only thing I did to prepare it was add a glaze of water everywhere and let it naturally dry. And what that does is it tightens up my canvas, makes it nice and firm. For brushes, I'm going to use two of my M1 blending brushes. One, I like to dab in the water, pick up paint, lay out all the colors I want, and then the second one, I work dry to blend everything in nicely. And then also we're going to use a M2 blending brush. It's a size smaller for the little sections. From my 4-piece brush set, we're going to use a number 8 and number 4. They're the same brushes, just a size smaller right here. I use these a lot for grass, trees, little details, blends, things like that. So that's what's inside. And then a 1/2 inch flat brush. Okay, and then number 0 detail brush for all the little fine details. We're also going to play with an artist sponge. I bought a pack of them. They come in different shapes and sizes, so you can get them at any art store, but choose the one that you think is more, has some smaller, parts here, and then also this one has some bigger areas here for the closer up trees, right? We're going to use this for our leaves and create some nice texture to our trees. So a couple of these, they don't have to look exactly like mine. For paint, I'm going to use my 24 set of acrylics, and I'll show you which colors from this set. Titanium white, medium yellow, orange, scarlet red, sap green, phthalo blue, ultramarine blue, and lamb black. We need a palette to mix our paint, and I'm going to use palette paper and also a palette knife to mix your paint, some paper towels to dab your brushes onto and wipe your palette knife if you need. Have a jar of water. It's going to be next to my canvas here. And finally, if you have a hair dryer to dry out your first coats before applying your next layers, go ahead and use that, or you can wait about 20-30 minutes and the paint acrylics dry pretty fast, so it should dry within that time. I always say this, use any materials you have available, even if your canvas is bigger, smaller, whatever you've got available. If your paints are a little different color, that's okay. Have fun with this lesson, and I hope you can catch certain techniques and learn how I work, and you can apply that to your artwork and improve and get better. And the way you get better is actually by painting. Even when I'm painting this lesson, I'm actually learning myself. Every time I do a piece, I take something, take it to the next project, and so on. So today we're going to paint like a evening setting sky, and then a little river or lake with some birch trees. And it's going to be like orange, red, yellow kind of colors, almost like fall, or you could say spring or fall, whatever you want to call it. And then there's going to be a little path here. So I like to start from the furthest distance, which I believe is the easiest to work, instead of trying to avoid, let's say if you put details to the something that is up close, like a tree that is super detailed here, and you start with that, then you have to really go around and paint your sky around that tree, around the branches. It's just such a pain, and I recommend starting from the furthest distance, which we're going to blend the sky, and then we're going to add clouds next, because that's the next closest thing to us, and then we're going to add faraway mountains, land, lake, trees, faraway trees, kind of get the sketch down, and then work our way to the final details. That is the plan. but you never know how it's going to turn out. So let's just jump in and have fun and see what happens. So this is what I have. A little more than a thumb amount of white here, and same thing on this one, maybe a little less. And each time go a little less. So this is a thumb amount, and then this is half a thumb amount of white, and then a little bit of orange and a touch of medium yellow, and then scarlet red, a little bit of that there, and then about the same amount, maybe a little less of red here, and ultramarine blue. Okay, and then more ultramarine blue, and then ultramarine blue by itself. Let's mix these from lightest color to darkest and see what we get. So I'm going to quickly mix these colors, and if I need to add anything else to it, I'll show you exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so for this part, I'm going to take part of this blue, about this much, and mix it with this final color so the transition will be a little smoother. And this will be our darkest color in the sky. Okay. So now I'm going to take a paper towel, dab my palette knife in the water jar all the way, and then quickly wipe it so that the paint won't dry out, and it will be ready for the next use. Next, we're going to pick up one of our M1 blending brushes and a water jar, and I'm going to move the camera closer, but I'm going to probably cover a bit, maybe a little lower than half the canvas, but you know, we're gonna add more over it, so this is just to be safe. But our horizon line is going to be somewhere probably in the middle, maybe a little higher, right there. So we're going to cover all this. All right, these are the colors I have, like a light orange transitioning to a pink, violet, blue, ultramarine blue, and ultramarine blue is more leaning towards like a, you know, like a purplish, or like, because it has a little bit of red to it. So I want more of the pinks in the sky. But something like this and you'll be good to go. So we have the water jar and our M1 blending brush. I'm going to dab it all the way and then squeeze part of the water out. Okay, so water is not dripping, but there is still some water in here. And with a little bit of water and paint, we're going to start with the lightest color. I'm going to quickly lay out from lightest to darkest my colors, and it's going to look rough, but then with a dry blending brush, I'm going to blend everything in, and it's going to look smooth. This is a quick process. Once you catch the technique, this becomes super easy and fun. All right, so let's start with our lightest color here. I'm going to pick up all the paint. Okay. And this is about the middle of the canvas. So I'm going to start a little lower than the middle. And if you see bubbles, that's good. But if you see water dripping, that means you have too much water. I'd encourage you to pick up more paint and kind of swirl and equalize it by trying to take away the too much water. So now I'm going to dab my brush in the water, just a tip, to pick up more paint so that it can run smoothly. And water helps acrylics dry slower, so that's why I use a little bit of water. It works better than any mediums I use. That is why to this day I use this technique and I love it. So I'm going to dab my brush in the water again, gently. Pick up the next color, this pinkish color, and kind of add that next color. And lightly dab my brush in the water, pick up more pink, and kind of add it. And more pink right here. I'm going to have more of the brighter side, more on the right side. Okay, so add that nice pink, and then after that I'm going to lightly dab my brush in the water again, use the next color. Okay, start to add, and there's going to be some clouds here, so the background is going to be covered with some clouds. Use the next color here and swirl and quickly fill in all the canvas with paint. Next, dab my brush, pick up the next color. It's going to transition to the blues. And you can bring it down just a little bit. Lightly dab my brush in the water, pick up more of this blue and swirl. Okay. And finally, I'm going to use the darkest blue. And you can use actually a little bit less. The darker blue on this right side. I want the right side to be a little brighter and the left side to have a little more darker blue. So I'm going to use a little more on this side and cover the canvas. Swirl, and once you added all your colors, I'm going to put my brush in the water jar. And I'm going to quickly pick up my dry M1 blending brush. And I'm going to start from the lightest area and swirl, pressing, taking away the brush strokes, and blending all the colors in nicely, from lightest to darkest. See how nice that works? Makes a nice transition from pinks to the violets to the blue, and takes away all the brush strokes. Very easy, quick process. So I'm going to gently press, swirl, and have fun with this part. And you can, whatever's most comfortable for you. If the canvas is flat or on the tripod, whatever is best for you. Experiment, test, and enjoy the process. There you go. I'm gonna let this dry, and while that dries, I'm gonna quickly clean my blending brushes so they won't sit in the water too long, and then we'll continue to the next part. Okay, the background is dry, and I got a new water jar, clean my blending brushes, and now I'm gonna put my number 4, number 8 brushes in the water so that my brushes can become damp. It's easier to work when there's a little bit of water. It makes them soft when you add the next layers. And the next layer is adding clouds. So we're gonna add the first layer of clouds on top. We'll kind of sketch it out where we want it to be. And then we're gonna add the third layer on it and like make it softer. Second and third, fourth, we'll see. But we're gonna quickly add those parts. And we're going to have a big tree right almost in the middle here, so I'm not going to work on adding too much details in the middle, just keeping that in mind, right? So while my brushes sit for a couple minutes in the water, I'm going to mix my next colors. Okay, so this is what I added. About less than a thumb amount of white here, and a little bit less white here, and then medium yellow, small touch, and a small touch of orange, and about the same amount of medium yellow and a little more orange to this one, and then scarlet red. I do have this paint left, right? This kind of orange pinkish paint, all these colors here. I'm gonna play with these colors while I still have them and they're fresh. I don't want paint to go to waste, so I'm gonna quickly mix these and then I'll show you. I'm gonna take part of this leftover color with maybe even this one, why not? Take these two and mix it with the red here. And here we are. So a lighter color, right, than the first background colors we mixed. And then a little more intense in orange color, right? We want to create variety in our clouds. So a light color transitioning to this orange, and then this became like a reddish pink, a little more red than these two. And then I might use these colors, we'll see, maybe not. But mainly these three. We're going to make simple clouds today. And I'm going to start with, let's start with our number 4 brush. And I'm going to dab it on the paper towel, right? So I took away some water and it's nice and soft. And with that, I'm going to start getting the idea and the placements of my clouds, starting with the lightest color with a little bit of water and this color. We're gonna start to add our first cloud, right? So first cloud's gonna be probably, my guess is going to be somewhere around right in here. So I'm gonna create little separations. So I'm gonna play with just this color and outline and kind of get the idea down. Maybe this goes up a little higher. So, and let it fade, something like this. Okay. And your shapes can be looking different than mine. Maybe a little bit. It's coming to the top here, right? Something like that. And then here, it's gonna go in. And there's a little separation. And we're gonna fade it out. Blends into that background color. Okay, so now I'm going to dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel. Let's use this next color, orange, and we're going to add it right after that color. I'm going to add it next to and let it blend out. Because I have a little bit of water, it runs smoothly on the canvas. Okay, dab my brush in water. I'm going to use a little bit of this orange and a little bit of this pink red color and blend it in. Okay, so I'm going to clean my brush and I'm going to use the lightest color again and gently, with a little bit of water in this color, gently gonna go over and this is our first layer, so and blend it and go down. Maybe forgot to add a little bit of the color orange in here. Okay, a little bit of pink on the bottom. Okay, all right, so we got the rough kind of cloud shape in there. The first layer. Next, I'm going to do the same thing, a little bit of water and this lightest color, and we're going to add a little bit of this. There's going to be a tree here. We're going to add a little bit of it right in here. So let's go starting from the higher area right in here. And dab my brush lightly in the water. Use a little more of this color. And because my brush has a little bit of water, you could see it's kind of making it smooth, transparent. That's what we want. So continue with the lightest color, and I'm going to add another cloud right in here. Brighter clouds. and it's going to fade out. Something like this. Dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel, and I'm going to pick up some more of this color and add a little bit of brighter ones in here. I'm just adding my brightest highlights first. And gently fade it out. Okay, let's use a little bit of water and this brightest color with the orange. I want to make it a little more orangey right here. There's going to be a cloud. More of an orangey pink cloud. We're going to fade it out. And don't worry about trying to make it look exactly like mine. Remember, okay, so what I'm doing here is the light is going to be coming from the right this way. So our highlights are going to be more brightest where, you know, on the, more on the top and on the right side. So continue with the orange and let's and we're going to fade out. Okay. Dab my brush lightly in the water. And then let's switch our brush to number 8. This will be faster and it'll cover a bigger section. So number 8, let's use a little bit of this pink and orange. Pink and orange. Kind of gently blend it out. Okay, a little bit of orange and pink. Mix those randomly with a little bit of water. And use the corner of your brush and swirl and let it naturally fade out to that blue sky. Okay, something like this. Lightly dab my brush in water. I'm going to use a little bit of orange and this pink again. And I'm going to add it right where we left off in here. Swirl, let it just blend out to that blue sky. So a little bit of orange and pink, right? You can almost see through the colors we already added, the background colors. And add a little more pinkish red color and add a little bit of clouds in here. A little bit more pink clouds on top that you can barely see. It's fading out, making them look soft. Okay, pink clouds. Let's continue with just the pink color and some water. And we're going to add a little bit of the pink clouds in here. A little bit. You can barely see. Okay. Gently press and blend it out. A little bit of pink in here. Okay, lightly dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel. Let's use orange and add a little bit of orange underneath these clouds here. A little bit of a brighter color. Okay, let's use a little more pink. Add it. Maybe add a little bit of orange. A little bit of orange highlights to some of the clouds that we added the pink to, so that they can stand out a little more and make it look 3D. A little more color on some of these. Not too much though. Just a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm going to use a little bit more pink. Add some in here. All right. So now I'm going to leave part of this. Actually, let's use a little bit of the lightest color. And let's add some in here. Faded. So a little bit of this color. And it's okay if you have a little bit of pink, and we just want it to look faded. Faded to the background. So now I'm gonna clean my brush, and I'm gonna kind of repeat the process and make it look a little cleaner for the clouds. And I like I'm not gonna add any more. This is good enough. I'm just gonna go back, do the same thing with the same colors, and make it a little, stand out a little more, make it softer. So a little bit of this color, and I'm gonna use my number 8 and a little water. We're gonna start from this corner and gently swirl. Make it look fluffy and faded. Right? Just like this, very simple. Maybe add a little bit in the middle. That way it looks like the clouds, some clouds highlights are coming towards us, right? We don't want it to look flat. But we do want to make it look soft. So that's why the second layer is important. So I'm going to go back to these areas here and repeat the process. Gently going over. And you could use your number 4 as well for the little sections. But I'm just covering the bigger parts first before doing that. So a little bit in here. Okay, a little more on this side. I'm going to dab my brush lightly in the water and tap it on the paper towel and continue. And that nice faded, bright yellow, orangey yellow, and faded out, going down, making them look a little fluffy and cleaner. Okay, and here I'm going to use a little bit of orange now with this color. I don't want it to be too bright. So I'm going to lightly dab my brush in water, use more orange, and gently press and go over. And let it fade out. I'm going to use a little bit of orange. Go inside here. Make some of these a little, maybe a little brighter color. Some of these a little brighter in here. a little bit of a brighter color in this corner cloud right here. Make it a little bit sharper. And then I'm going to use a little bit of pink. And I already have the lightest color mixed in here still, but it just creates a little bit of a lighter. I'm going to create a little bit of a lighter glow to some of these clouds that I just added with the pink. Okay, on the bottom. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so finally, the last few details for our third layer, right? We're gonna make it a little cleaner, go over it with our number 4 brush, and add a little, some more details. Light, we don't want to overdo it. I kind of like how soft it looks, so I'm gonna try to keep it like that. But I'm gonna add a few more brighter clouds here, and so I added a little bit of white and white here and medium yellow. Okay, I'm gonna take part of this color, mix it with this, so this will be our brightest color here. Okay, as you can see, it is brighter than this one. And so now I'm going to quickly use my number 4 brush and this color here. And I added white just in case I need to play with it. So a little bit of this brightest color, and we're going to have the light sunlight be somewhere here, right? So I'm going to add a few brightest clouds far away. And it's going to fade. A few brighter ones. And dab my brush in the water lightly. And then as I go in more, I'm going to use this color and kind of go over some of these, make it a little bit more sharper. Some clouds that are further away from us. There's going to be some trees and things like that, so a lot of this is going to be covered here, so don't worry about trying to overdo it here. There's going to be bushes, so we can always come back to certain parts of the clouds if we want to, but I want to go over a few areas, make some of these a little bit more detailed and brighter. So I'm going to use this lightest color we just mixed and go over the edges here, making them look very bright. You can almost just dab it and in here I'm going to actually make it a fade going down. So here I'm going to blend that out and let it fade. Okay, continue with that brightest color. And use the corner of your brush and make some of these super bright. barely pressing. And around here as well. And as I go up, I'm gonna use a little bit of less. And let it fade out like this. Dab my brush in water, and with a little bit of maybe orange, I'm gonna swirl, try to make it a little bit of a softer transition. Okay, that's good right there. And I'm going to use a little bit of this color, maybe orange, with water, and try to make some of these a little softer and brighter. Lightly going over it. And fading out. Okay, something like this. And then here, do the same thing with the brightest color we've mixed. And we're going to go over and make some of these a little brighter, sharper. And let it fade out. Use a little bit more, maybe right here. Okay, and then a little bit on top here. And go back to this color. Lightly press and let it fade out like this. There you go. Okay, the sky is done. We can always come back to this part later. But let's continue. I'm going to quickly sketch out and lay out where my river is going to be, right? And I'm going to just use these leftover colors I have, right? For example, this pinkish color with water. And we're going to have a river be somewhere kind of, there's going to be like a little river here. Little land, and then it kind of curves, comes around here and goes out like this. And then there's going to be some land in here, right? And then I'm going to add some trees in here and trees in here. And then there will be a tree going up right here. I'm going to quickly lay it out. So this is the center of the canvas, and this is the middle, right? It's going to be more to the right, the river. And yours does not have to be like mine, right? But basically, you want to like make a little zigzag. There's going to be like a little path in here just to get an idea. It's all going to be, you know, probably covered again. There'll be like a little path going in here, and then, you know, we're going to make it bigger. So I'm going to do that, and then once I'm done, I'll show you the outline. I'm going to quickly place the outline, how big I want my trees to be in here. And once I do that, I'll show you what I get, and then we'll mix color and continue from there. All right, as you can see, I kind of randomly quickly added a glaze to save time, about 3 inches from where we stopped, from the middle up. You can make it as high as you want, as low as you want. I corrected and added a little more clouds for fun. You don't have to do this part, but I wanted this cloud to stand out a little more, so I picked it up using the same colors and technique. And like I said, you could add anywhere you want your clouds, or you could add less of them, totally up to you. But quickly, I glazed it. It's really rough. You can't even see it. This is super rough. But I just wanted to get an idea of where the placement of my tree should be, the river, the path, things like that. So this is the center, and as you can see, it's more on the right. There's going to be a river right here, and then there's going to be some faraway trees right here, and this one almost in the middle is going to be like the biggest tree here. And as you can see, I kind of started drawing the branches. Obviously, I'm going to go back and show you guys and detail it again. But again, your branches don't have to look like mine. But I just wanted to get an idea. This is what I have so far. Here's a path next to this tree. From these trees right there, it's going to be small going in and becoming a little bit bigger here. So the next step is, now that I have an idea, and then those are going to be faraway mountains. And so the next step is I'm going to add a first base of our water. All right, so this is what I added, about a thumb amount of white here, and each time go a little less white, add for the 3 colors here, and then a little bit of orange, medium yellow, and then red here, and then phthalo blue here, small amount of red and more phthalo blue here, and then phthalo blue by itself. I didn't add a lot of color because this is a small section. So I'm gonna mix this and let's see what we get. Okay, so like we did with the sky, I'm gonna take part of this color, right, and mix it with the darkest color here for my water. With these colors, I'm going to add my first layer of the river. And I'm going to use my number 8 brush here. I'm going to start with, let's start with this pink first and kind of glaze it where we think the river will be. And it's okay if you go over your trees. That was just a quick sketch, an idea, placement. And then as I go down, I'm going to use a little bit of a lighter color. Maybe mix it with this. I'm going to transition softly. And then a little bit of more of this color. And then a little bit here. I'm going to add my lighter parts first. So this is going to be on the ground. There will be obviously some reflections, but first we are getting the base. Let's put some of this pink next to this color. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit of that pink in here. And then let's use this blue. Start to add a little more blue. Okay, maybe a little pink, mix it in, why not? A little more blue. pink, mix it in randomly. Let's add a little bit of this lighter blue again. And a little more pink and blue in here. And as you go down, you can use the darkest blue. Maybe mix them together. Okay, a little more. Some pink, why not? Okay, and then clean my brush real quick, and I'm gonna use this color and some pink, and I'm gonna gently go over. Try to make it a little take away the brush strokes, a little blended. There you go. That's good enough. All right, we got the first base of our water. Oh, by the way, you can also use your M2 blending brush. I forgot to tell you about this. For this section to take away the brush strokes, you can just gently, after your first layer, go over and take away all the brush strokes and kind of blend the colors in. It makes it smooth. Okay. If you've been enjoying this lesson so far and want to help support this channel, check out my Patreon. It's a great way to be a part of the creative process and help keep these tutorials ad-free and accessible to everyone. Inside Patreon, you'll get access to high-res reference photos, commercial-free versions of my YouTube lessons, behind-the-scenes content, and you can even help me vote on future painting topics. It's a small way to support this free content, but it makes a big difference. Thank you to everyone who supported me over the years. I appreciate you all. Now let's get back to painting. The next section, we're going to work on adding the faraway mountains and getting the details done there before adding any more layers to the water. And this is what I have. I added a little bit of white, about a thumb amount, and then a little less white here and less white here. And then a small amount of phthalo blue, a little more phthalo blue here and more here on the third one. And then scarlet red, and then scarlet red here, and then sap green here. I'm going to quickly mix these and see what I get, and if I need to add more color, I will show you. As I was mixing here, it was kind of getting too dark and leaning towards like a purple blue, but I want it to lean towards red, so I added a little more scarlet red, and to make it lighter, I added more titanium white here, just a little more. And I'm going to take part of this, move it with this color. I'm going to remove some of this and quickly mix this. I want a lighter color because I want it in the background to add faraway mountains and then transition into darker, a little bit of a darker colors. So I did a test here of this color. It's leaning towards pink more instead of blue because we added more scarlet red, which I like, but I feel like it's still a little darker. So what I did was I added a little touch right here and to see the contrast. And then I just wipe it off. But basically, I just want to see how it looks. See how it's a little too dark for me. So what I'm going to do, I like it. It's getting close, but a little too dark. So I'm going to make it just a little bit lighter by adding more titanium white, about the same amount as last time, and trying to make it just a little lighter. Here you have it right there. So I'm going to take part of this again, put it here, and mix this. Alright, so I continued mixing. As you can see, a lighter pink, transition into like a darker blue here and like a greenish blue. I also added a little bit of white, orange, and touch of scarlet red for coloring a little bit of colors to my leaves in the faraway trees, and then white straight out of the tube, just in case I need to make something with the white. So something like this and you'll be good to go. And if we need to add more, of course, as always, I'll show you. All right, so again, here's the colors, and I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush. I made sure it's clean and it's damp, right? And first thing, I'm going to start with the color right here, this pinkish blue color, light, the lightest. And we're going to start to add our faraway mountains. And your shapes can be different than mine, so just faraway mountains. Okay, something like this, and going to continue, make this one maybe even taller. And then here I'm going to let it go up a little bit. Let it fade out. Okay, and then here maybe there will be some, you'll see through some of these trees. I'm going to add this color. Kind of blend it in quickly. And in here as well. Let it fade out. Okay. And then next, I'm going to use a little bit of this color to add on the bottom of some of these. Right on the bottom. With that next color we mixed. And then I'll use this color and add a little bit of a next closest mountains, maybe trees, but a little taller. Let it fade out. There'll be more closer trees here, so I'm not going to go in too much. Okay, so I'm going to dab it in the water, use this darkest blue, or darkest color here we have mixed, and add this transition. Let it go down a little bit, so because it's closer to us. So this is going to go down. I'm going to use the same color, mix it with this green, right? And in here, there's going to be another little hill or a mountain, whatever you want to call it. There'll be like a little tree up in here, brighter colors, and then it just fades out like this. You could use a little bit of this light color we mixed and add a little bit of that. Let's use a little bit of white and glaze it with maybe this orange. Use a little bit of this color, and I know it looks kind of messy right now, but I'm going to kind of skip some areas and create a little bit of highlights. Alright, so I decided to add a little bit of white and yellow. I'm going to take part of this orange. I want to make a brighter color so it can stand out a little more. Mix it in here randomly, and you know, the goal is to make it a little lighter. It does not have to look like mine. So I'm going to quickly finish mixing here. And with this color, we're going to add brighter highlights. And I'm also going to add a little bit of lamp black, just a small touch, and I'll show you exactly what I'm going to do with that. So I cleaned my palette knife. This is the color I got. I'm going to take part of this green for fun and part of this blue, more of this blue, mix it with a little bit of lamp black. We don't want it to be too strong, so very small amount. We want it just a shade darker. Okay, so it's going to look more like a grayish blue with a little bit of green in it. So something like this. We don't want it to be too strong. We still want it to look faded because these are further away, but we do want to add those, you know, lights and darks to our faraway land. So I'm going to clean my number 4 brush and I'm going to dab it on my paper towel. And before I go over some of this, I'm going to add a few more highlights with this. Let's start with the dark one first. And since this is the closest to us, I'm going to make this stand out a little bit more by adding this darker color over here. And you can kind of have some of these feeding into the water here. Okay. And same thing, use a little bit of this color. And on the left side, I'm going to add a little bit of more darker highlights, shadows, because I want them to stand out a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. You see, even by adding that, made it more closer to us. Clean my brush and then use this lighter color, and I'm going to add a lighter highlights where I left off right here, for example. Right, maybe the light is hitting the top of the faraway trees. And then I'm going to add a little bit of that lighter highlight to the ground. Okay, and then a little bit of this also on this side. Very small amount, gently press and let it fade. Okay. All right. So now you can kind of start to see far away trees, bushes, or whatever, and then some trees in here, and then this is more faded because those are the furthest from us, so we want to make it very light. And that's why I added white, just in case if it's too strong, I could use a little bit of white, for example, here with water, maybe mix it with this color. very small amount, and I can lighten some of this, glaze it over some of them to make it a little more transparent and not as, maybe even add a little bit of color. So a little bit of this pinkish orange color, and glaze it over gently on some of this mountain here far away. That way it'll even appear even further. And then here, actually, I'm going to make it a little darker. Maybe add a little bit of this blue on the bottom, so that it'll transition to the lighter pink colors. Okay, and then gently go over the blue areas. Okay, something like this. And then for the reflection, because we want some reflection too, we're gonna go over, let's use a little bit of this, maybe this gray color. And then here, I'm gonna gently glaze it and bring it down. Skip some areas, gently bring it down. Let it fade away. Okay, so with a little bit of water, maybe this gray color, we're going to add a little bit of the reflection, not too much. Okay, same thing here. And here I'm going to use a little bit of this green and gray, and same technique, a little bit of water. Okay, not too much. I'm going to dab it on the paper towel so it won't be too much. But a little bit of water and this color, and we're going to just try to reflect this. And it's going to fade out. For those ones, I'm going to make it a little lighter, so I'm going to use this pink. Okay, maybe a little bit of this blue, not too much. And I'm going to reflect this. Kind of blend it in. Okay, gently. All right. Okay, so we got the layout of the mountains done, right? And now what we're going to do is add a little more highlights, smaller details with our detail brush. For example, I'm going to dab my detail brush in water, make sure it's soft, and then we're going to use a little bit of this lightest color we've mixed with water and this lightest color. We're going to start to add small details. For example, right here, right where the land is, we're going to add a little bit of highlights to our land. Let it fade out. Something like this. Bright highlights with our detail brush and a little bit of water. Okay, same thing here. We're going to add a little bit of bright highlights. Right where the land meets the water. And fade it out. And then with that lightest color, with water in this color, we can go back and really start to add even more details. Little bright highlights, make our trees a little bit more detailed, not too much, but just shaping it a little better. Going over and creating little bright highlights. Okay. Okay, I'm going to clean my brush, use a little bit of white, So white and maybe this pink, more on the white side. With water, I'm going to add a little bit of separation of land in here. Okay, you can use your finger to kind of wipe it off a little bit. And try to make it as straight as possible. And you can use your finger to kind of glaze it over. It just makes it a little bit more, separates it more. Obviously, you can go with a dark one, start to make certain trees a little more detailed, right? A little more sharper. A little bit of this, go back to this color, clean my brush. Try to lighten this area a bit, take away make it more blended in here. And same thing on this side. I'm going to use a little bit of this orange and try to add a little bit of highlights to our faraway trees here. Okay. And I'm going to add a little bit of a darker tone in here, maybe use this color, this darkest grayish color we have added, and on the bottom, just glaze it on the bottom to create some maybe transitions. And then as things get closer, they're going to be a little more greener and more detailed, but I'm going to add a little more land right in here using the colors we've mixed. Let's start with this darkest color. Let's kind of shape out our next closest kind of land. And I'm going to bring it up, but I'm going to go like this and basically follow. So So it's gonna go up in here. Use the darkest color and okay, let's use a little bit of this green and maybe this lightest color just to create more of a greener transition. Maybe grass, so use a little more of this and this green, and randomly kind of bring it up. Use a little bit of this lightest color as you go up and let it naturally happen. The colors to you, so it's gonna transition. So here I'm going to use a little bit of this darker color and slowly continue, trying to get my first sketch down, layout. And dab my brush in water, use a little bit of this color, try to continue a little more in here. All right. Use a little bit of this and grayish color, darkest, and then kind of glaze it. Try to make it a little and we're going to add a reflection as well on this part, but I want to add this, actually bring it down a bit and carry it out like this. I want to create a little bit of a separation from this to that further away land. So I brought it out a little more. Okay, and water, I use water, and because I have a little bit of water and it's damp, it fills in all the canvas cracks like holes, and it fills it in smoothly. You know, it spreads the paint nicely everywhere, so you get this nice solid color. If I were to just use paint, I would have to add a lot of paint to try to fill in and cover it, you know, completely. But because with water, it almost works like watercolor. And you don't want to use too much. Just a little bit will make a big difference. Okay. So now, before I continue adding any more details here, I'm going to mix a few more colors just because this is closer to us. It's going to be more of a different color, like more vibrant colors, more vibrant than the background. That's what we want. We want to create, you know, as things get closer to us, they get a little more brighter with color. So that's what we're going to, I'm going to mix a few more colors and then we're going to continue finishing. We're going to add a tree here. As you can see, I kind of started shaping it. All right, so this is what I added. So a little bit of white, sap green, lamp black, and more scarlet red. And then here I added more white, more orange, and scarlet red. So I'm going to mix these and show you what I get. And finally, I added white and medium yellow. I'm going to take part of this like a blood orange color, just a little bit, not too much. Okay. And I'm going to mix it in with this. This will be our brightest, one of our brightest highlights to our trees. it's going to be more brighter in color than this color. Okay, this is because we added more white and less color, it looks faded, right? Because these are further away. But as things gets closer, you could see because I added more medium yellow and orange, it's a little going to be more vibrant in color. Okay, here we have the 3 colors, and I'm possibly going to be using these as well, but let's start with the next part. I'm going to use an artist sponge, and this comes in a pack, right? Remember? And this is the bigger one, so for the bigger sponge, I'm going to use it on this biggest tree here, right? But also it comes with little ones like this, right? So I'm going to pick the one I think will work well, and I have to, I'm going to test it, see if I like it. So I'm going to use this one, something like this, okay? I'm going to dab it all the way in the water completely, kind of squeeze it in my water jar, and squeeze all the water out. I don't want water in there. I just want it to make it soft, okay? Make it soft. And with my sponge, I'm going to start with the darkest color, choose a corner that I like, take a little bit of the darkest color we mixed, and I'm going to start to add a little bit of color. Keep in mind the light is hitting from the right side to the left, so it's going to be more faded on this side, on the left side. So a little bit of this, not too much, and call it good. Okay, for now that's good. Now I'm going to just dab my brush in the paper towel, try to use the next color. Okay, the next color, and I'm going to dab it gently, pressing lightly, and you can go as high as you want. Okay. And make it as round and high as you want. So I'm barely pressing because I like the texture effect already. And then here I'm going to add a little bit. Okay. I'm just going to use this color now for now, the middle one. I'm going to use and add it in here. Okay, now I'm going to dab my sponge on the paper towel and then use the next color, which is the lightest color we have mixed, and quickly, start to add more on the right side of the tree. And we're going to go over this. Right now it looks a little messy. I'm just adding the first kind of layers of it. So that's good enough right there. So I'm going to, and you can leave your sponge in the water jar and let it sit there. It does not go bad. So while it's sitting there, I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush and kind of adjust, make it a little softer on some areas and create more shadows, separation, so it won't look too kind of flat, right? So with my number 4 brush and a little bit of water, I'm going to go back to the darkest color here, right? Maybe use a little bit of this gray. Mix those in, why not? So it'll look. And then start to gently with this grayish green and the red, dark reddish color, we're going to add a little bit of a, cover some of these bright sections. Okay, so continue with a little bit of that gray. And we're going to start to add a little bit more shadows. So here I'm going to go in actually and just use this color, more of the red color. Try to create that nice dark shadow transition. And the way I created my tree shape, it just happened. I didn't really, plan to. I was just having fun with it. Yours could be more round. You could have more, long. You could be bigger, right? So, again, this is totally up to you how much you want to add to this. So, to your trees. So, I'm gonna make it this side a little bigger for fun. A little taller, maybe more darker shadows in here, some separations. And same thing with this tree. I'm gonna go back, kind of fill in those areas a little bit so it won't look too flat. Okay, with that red color, I'm going to continue glazing it gently, more on the left side of my tree. I'm skipping some areas, but okay, so a little more of this red. You could see that it's the darkest on the bottom, right? And I'm going to try to reflect a little bit of that red, maybe use a little bit of this blue and red, this grayish green with red, and I'm going to reflect a little bit of that onto the land here to create darker shadows. And just reflect it down. Same thing here. On the bottom mainly. Have it come down, maybe it comes down here. And in here we have a little shadow from this tree. And take your time, work slowly. You do not need to rush this part. And then you can go to more of the orange color for some of these parts in here. I'm gonna glaze it a little bit on the left side so it'll look a little softer. So with this orange and a little bit of water, try to glaze a little bit of this on the left side here. A little bit of that red color again. Let's add some darker ones in here. All right, so there you have it. You could see a lot of texture going on and detail. You kind of can tell now that this is a lot closer than those faded ones, right? So now I'm going to clean my brush. I'm going to use a little bit of this color, right? This brightest color, and I'm going to add a little bit of that reflection to the ground. Maybe it's bright grass. Actually, let's use a little bit of orange so it won't be too yellow. I want it to look a little more orangey. And add a little bit of that orangey highlight to the ground. So before, as things get closer here, they're going to be a little darker. So I'm going to add a little bit of lamb black, take part of this red, maybe half of it, this cherry red color, and maybe even, let's just take the rest of this grayish green color, why not? Does not matter. We don't want to use black. We want to mix it to create a dark, like what we do with white, right? That's why I use black. It just makes it darkens the color, creates a darker shade. So as things get a little closer, they're going to be a little more darker. And so with this color in my land, I'm going to add a little bit of this darker shadows and separations. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit more darker separation here. All right, so I'm going to clean my brush now and use this color, lightest color, and kind of add a little bit of brighter highlights again, like we did with the dark. But I'm going to go over and even add my final layer to my trees here and create some separations and make my tree pop a little better. So with number 4 brush, I'm going to go over and add brightest final details. Okay. And in here to this tree, do the same thing. gently press. I'm not pressing hard. And I want to create those brighter highlights. Maybe add some little bushes in here, why not? Could use a little bit of this orange so it won't be so sharp. Add like a little bright bush in here. Maybe there's a little one in here. I'm going to use a little bit of this darkest color, red, and add some little details to my grass. Take your time. I'm going to add a little bit of right here, cover that area with this kind of orange color here so it won't be so bright. And then I'm going to use maybe this red, orange, add a little bit of bushes going up a little bit. So now finally I'm going to start to work on adding a few little branches and then work on reflecting this. It's going to be faded reflection, but we do want the reflection, kind of like what we did here, right? So I added a little bit of lamp black. Okay, I'm going to take part of the orange, just a little bit, mix it in with it. Still, it's going to be more in a dark color. Okay, and with this color, we are going to add some very small details. For example, with a little bit of water and this darkest color, I'm going to swirl my brush and I'm going to create some branches. Connect some of them, you know, very small. So with water, and we're just gonna gently press, and not everywhere, skip some areas, but add these little branches. It'll really make it finalize your trees. And basically this technique, I'm gonna mix some more colors, make it brighter, right? A little more color, because this tree is gonna be closer to us. This side is gonna be similar to this side. Maybe with color, maybe it will be a little brighter, but even if it's not, that's okay. So I'm gonna do the same thing on this side, on the left side, and I'll show you. And then this one's gonna be the brightest. Basically, it's the same techniques, you know, going back and forth. And then usually your final details are like this, with your detail brush kind of going over and adding your little details of branches and things like that. Maybe some of them are bring that dark color on the bottom here. Okay. And I'm going to add a little bit on this side as well. Right, very small amount. Okay. I'm going to kind of reflect that. For example, right here, I'm going to kind of reflect that. This one as well. Obviously, we're going to go over it a little more. This one right in here. Reflect it. We're going to, go over it in a bit, but now I'm going to use a little bit of white and this yellow. Mix those two together. And I'm going to, with this color, I'm going to add the brightest highlights. For example, right inside there. Maybe the light is showing through and it's creating just gently go over it on the right side of some of the branches. That will give it more depth. And there you have it. Very small amount. As you can see, I didn't overdo it. Just added a little bit of those bright little highlights inside. Maybe the light is coming through some of them and making them stand out, right? And this is, again, these are like little details that you don't have to add. It was looking good as it was, but I like to go above and beyond and try to, add these final little details to make it look a little more realistic, right? So it's totally up to you how much you want to add to your trees. All right, let's continue on adding our reflection. So I'm going to clean my brush, my number 4, and I'm going to quickly let's use this color with water, maybe a little bit of blue, so it could be not as intense, but we do want it to be a little more darker. and start to kind of reflect. Okay, so as you go, just bring it down, gently bring it down. Create this fade, right? So here, I'm going to start to use this grayish and red color, right? And this color, mix that and add a little bit of this darker color. Gently press. We don't want it to be too... We want this to be obviously darker, but as you go down, we want to create more of a fade. So I'm gonna try to, as best as I can, try to, this side right here, it's gonna be ending probably in here. So because my brush has a little bit of water, I'm gonna try to create that transparent reflection, and I'm skipping some areas, you know, and it's going to fade out somewhere in here. Lightly dab my brush in the water, and I'm going to use this light blue, a little bit of gray, continue. And it's going to fade out. So I'm trying to copy, for example, right here, I'm just going straight down, trying to copy and eyeball it, and have it fade. So I'm gonna use my number 4 brush here to clean some of this out right in here with water. I don't want a little bit of that going down here. And with water, I'm just cleaning it, pressing and taking away a little bit of that paint. And cleaning it a bit. All right, I'm gonna use my paper towel to gently wipe some of this water out, just around the reflection here. Okay, so I'm gonna continue with my number 4 brush, and I'll come back to this part later, but let's continue with a little bit of this bluish color, and let's use this gray, this one right here, and this blue color. We're gonna continue adding the next. So remember this tree? I'm gonna try to add a little bit of that transparent glaze. And it ends, you see the height? So we don't want to go low, like maybe you can go a little bit right here up to this point, but we don't want to go too low. We want to keep it similar. And then bring it up like this. And in here, we're just going to create a nice fade. All right, so we got the first kind of layer of reflection, you start to see it better. It's not, you know, that perfect, but that's okay. We want it to look faded. I'm gonna add my final layer now that it's kind of dry. I'm gonna go over with a little bit of this color. Maybe, yeah, let's use a little bit of red and this gray. Let's just continue using that. And I'm gonna make it a little bit darker, especially here. And try to create a little bit of a darker fade. Not everywhere. And bring it down. Okay, I'm gonna dab my brush slightly in the water. Use a little bit of this gray with a little bit of water. And I'm gonna try to continue creating a little bit of the darker transition. So I'm going to continue with the red and this grayish color and add a little bit of that darker color right on the bottom, not too much here. On the bottom mainly. Let it fade. Okay. So I'm going to clean my brush with water completely, take all the paint out, and with a little bit of water, and I'm going to add a little glaze, the final glaze of, let's just add a little bit of this gray, but more water, as you could see, to kind of fill in some of these canvas showing through. So transparently, I just want to make it look a little softer with water mainly and go back and forth, and that'll really finalize it, make it look even softer. And go back and forth over these. Okay. And now, as the final thing, the darkest color here, remember? We use this for the branches. I'm gonna add that also mainly on where the land meets, the water meets the land here. And on the bottom, I'm gonna add that final dark layer and kind of blend some of these down. So with a little bit of water and this color and the final layer. Clean my brush. What I'm gonna do is use a little bit of this green and a little bit of blue, and this green gently with water bring some of this a little more down in here. Just over the top of these. Now I'm going to use a little bit of, let's use a little bit of this color, orange, maybe this brightest color, and I want to create light showing through some of these in my water. So like in here, remember this, I want to create a little bit of light showing through on some of these areas. Kind of eyeball it. You see how you have some bright reflections, and bring it down gently. We don't want to overdo it. So I'm going to dab my brush in the water, use a little bit of white and this yellow. I want to bring that color down a bit in here. Bring a little bit of the blue down. Actually, now I'm going to go back to this bluish color. I want to bring this a little more down. There you go. Much better. So I'm going to go over a little bit in here, adding a little bit of color, not too much, but I want that reflection of the bright just a little bit, not too much, and let it fade out. And here I'm going to kind of leave it as it is, because maybe this tree is a little further out, so I'm not going to add too much of brighter reflections. Since this tree is closer than this one, you kind of start to see a little bit of reflection. This one will be more faded. And finally, with our detail brush, we are going to do what we did here, right? We're going to add some highlights. So let's use this yellowish color, mix it with white maybe. Actually, let's use this orange. Why not? Why not? We want a little bit of that, not too much of the bright. We want a little bit of orangey light color. And now I'm just going to go over the land and create the brightest highlight. Right, you could see that really finalizes this section. And then here you can kind of skip some areas, don't make it too perfectly straight. And with water and this brightest color, I'm kind of going over and creating final touches, final little details here And you can even go over with your detail brush and water, go over some of these brighter areas. For example, right here, I want to create that separation. And final details is just gently going over. For example, this plant, right? It's kind of bright in here. I'm gonna add a little bit of that bright area in here. Very small, not too much. And with water, we're going to add a little bit of some little ripples or branches, whatever you want to call them, but a little bit of details to our water here. This is the final detail. So in here, for example, I'm going to add a little bit of a highlight to my water. Very small amount of them, right? Where you could see adding that final detail to our water. Makes it even look more realistic and cleaner. Okay, we can come back to this part later, but I just wanted to kind of finalize this area. And also we can go back to, let's use a little bit of this grayish color, maybe the darkest, and add a little bit darker highlights underneath some of this area, some of these areas as well. And also with the detail brush and the darkest color, finally go over, remember the branch, kind of go over that again gently, let it fade out. All right, real quickly, I'm gonna glaze with my number 8 brush. I'm gonna use this blue, okay, that we have here. And then let's use a little bit of gray. Let's make it a little darker. And like we did with on this side, we're gonna just kind of glaze it on as the background base. Okay, we're gonna quickly use that blue and gray and just kind of glaze it. And let it fade out naturally. Fade it out as you go up like this. Okay. This is just to get a base down. I'm going to quickly use my M2 blending brush. While this is wet, I'm going to try to make it softer by just blending it, the colors, and taking away the water a little bit and making it naturally blended like this, and not too, so you won't see any water showing through, but you can kind of see little textures and things like that. But this is just the base. I'm just taking away water now and making it soft looking. There you go. And as you can see, I kind of outlined just to get an idea of how big I want my trees to be. Right there, right there as well. And yours can be bigger or smaller, totally up to you. But for this part, I'm going to use the colors I still have. For example, this orange, this yellow, and if I need to mix more, if I'm running out, I'm just going to mix a little bit of yellow, white, and a little bit of orange, and get a similar color. It does not have to look exactly like I have here if you're running low, right? But I did add orange and scarlet red as one of my colors, and what I'm going to do is take part of this just a little bit, okay, mix it with this color and make it a little more vibrant. Okay, a little more vibrant like this, so it'll be more in a darker red-orange color. Okay, maybe take a little more of this, actually. Take a little more of this so that it won't be as sharp, because these trees, these are a little closer to us than these ones, but I kind of want similar colors, maybe a little more vibrant, more brighter colors. That's why I added more orange this time. I'm going to be using a little more color now. For now, let's use what we have here. And also one more color I'm going to make, just a dark one. I'm going to add a little bit of phthalo blue, black, and a touch of red. Very small amount right here. Lamp black, phthalo blue, touch of red. I'm going to take part of, let's just take this blue color here so that we won't let the paint go to waste. Take part of that, mix it in here, and it's just going to give us like this grayish color. Okay, a darkest color here, grayish blue with a little bit of red, but something like this, okay? So it's not super black or dark because these trees are still further back, right? But it's getting there. So now, before we do anything else, I'm going to use my sponge, okay? So I'm going to use the same sponge because these trees are almost similar in distance, almost. But this one, the one in the middle, is going to be closest to us, so I'll probably be using the bigger sponge. We'll see. Let's start with this sponge. And first, let's just go ahead and use the color we just mixed, using the same technique and this like dark orange color. And we're just going to go over, and remember the left side is going to be the darkest. I'm going to skip some areas. I'm going to add some branches here. So I don't want to overdo it here. So just a little bit on this side. Okay, continue on. Barely pressing. Make this one a little taller. Okay. And let's just have it fade out. Let this fade out as well. Let the background show through a little bit. You can always add more later. Okay, so our first color we added, I'm going to squeeze out, put my sponge in the water and kind of squeeze it out, get most of the paint out, and then tap it on the paper towel. Okay, and the next color is this bright color, yellow, white color, like we did with the other one. We're going to just go over gently and add some brighter highlights where we think would look good. Okay, go over, skip some areas, gently press, and add some of these brighter highlights. Okay. All right, I know it looks rough right now, but you'll see. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so now I'm gonna pick up my number 4 and use a little bit of this darkest color we just mixed. Maybe use a little bit of this red so it won't be too on the blue side. We want to make it darker, and I'm going to glaze it and start to add a little bit of darker shadows. Okay, and let it go up. Okay. So the path starts right in here, and be the darkest in here. Okay, continue with that darkest color. And because my brush has a little bit of water, it runs pretty nicely, pretty smooth, blends in with the background. Okay. So now as I go up, I'm going to use more of, remember this cherry color? This dark red. Maybe add a little bit of orange, why not? And I'm going to start to kind of add a little more darker shadows first. Kind of like what we did with that other one. And remember, more of it on the left side. And start to kind of blend and create some shadows. Gently with water. Move the paint around. Now I'm just going to use this red color. Gently press, swirl, try to take away a little bit of sharpness. And bring that color down, mix it with that blue that we added as the first base. All right, so you got that filled in there. And now I'm gonna clean my brush and I'm gonna add a little bit of a orange straight out of the tube. And I'm gonna use this brightest color here with a little bit of orange, a little bit of this color, and this yellowish. And I'm gonna use my number 4 again and kind of go over some of these, make them look a little sharper, cleaner. These branches, right? Maybe even go over some of these bushes here. Just gently dab. Okay, continue on doing the same thing, using that color, and then we're gonna add a little bit of branches here, skip some areas. Okay, continue on. Use the corner of your brush and just eyeball it. Put it more on the right side because that's where the highlight of the sun is hitting, right? And you might have to go back and forth with dark and light colors until you're happy with the shapes. That's what I do all the time. I go back and forth until I'm satisfied with how my highlights look before adding the branches and things like that. Sometimes when you add the branches and you start to see the picture a little better, and then you adjust as well, and you kind of go back and forth. So after you did that, we are going to add the next step. Before I continue working here, I'm going to quickly, with my detail brush, and squeeze a little bit of black straight out of the tube, and with my detail brush and some water, I'm going to use this darkest color we mix it with a little bit of black, kind of play with those two, and get a dark color in between color. And we're going to add, like we did, kind of get the layout. So remember this tree? I want to make this tree stand out. So I'm going to make it a little bit bent and then curved more, like this. I'm going to add a branch coming out like this. All right, continue with a little bit of water. I'm going to add another tree, another branch, tree in here. You see this one behind? And it's going to fade. And then one that's in here, going up. Maybe another one here. And I know it's hard to see for right now, but once I add the highlights, you'll see the details a little better. So basically once you added, obviously I'm going quickly, but you get the idea. Once you added your branches, and you can add as many as you want, so you could even go like this for fun. Maybe some don't have much leaves on them, you know? Totally up to you. And now you can add a little bit of white, right? A little bit of white and a little bit of yellow, light yellow. Just randomly mix that, and we're going to create a brighter highlight with this color. And we're going to go down. Start to add that bright highlight. You might have to go over with the dark again, back and forth, you know, but because of the sunlight, we want to create that nice highlight. Okay, so with a little bit of a lighter color, just going to go back and forth till I'm happy with how it looks like. So dab my brush in water, swirl your brush, and continue. So these are birch trees. They're going to be lighter in color. And clean my brush, go back to the darkest color again, doing the same thing. I'm going to add some further away branches here. Maybe this tree. Has little branches like this. With your detail brush, brightest color yellow, we're gonna create some of these bushes that are up close a little bit brighter in highlights, like this. Make it more, smaller, and fill it in a little bit more so that it can stand out. Okay, so something like this, and then this as well. Add some of them in here. Okay, something like this. Dab my brush in water, continue with that brightest color, and then we can add little leaves, things like that, right? Like this, barely pressing, and add your bright leaves, highlights. And you can add as many of them as you want. Maybe in here, little highlights. Maybe some inside here, This is where the details come in, and you just go back and forth. All right, this is what we got so far. Okay, you could spend as much time as you want going back and forth. I did add medium yellow straight out of the tube, and I used a sponge and lightly added a little bit more brighter color in here and went over a little bit in here. You could see that it became brighter. If you're loving this tutorial and you're ready to go deeper with your painting, I'd love to invite you to my mentorship program. This is where I teach my most in-depth lessons, the ones I don't share anywhere else. Inside the mentorship, you'll get access to exclusive full-length tutorials, personalized feedback on your paintings from me, live Q&A calls where you can connect and ask questions, monthly painting challenges, giveaways, and more. This is my inner circle of artists who are serious about growing their skills. It's been amazing to see the progress our members make, and I'd love for you to join us. If you're interested, there'll be a link in the screen or also in the description down below. All right, let's get back to painting. Let's continue getting the base of our land here real quick, and then we'll add layers to it. This is what I have so far for that part. A thumb amount of white, and then a little bit of sap green and medium yellow, less white here, and then a little bit less green here, sap green, orange, and small amount of medium yellow. And then we got a little bit of white here, lamb black, and more scarlet red. Less white here, more sap green, phthalo blue, and lamb black. So I'll mix these colors and show you what I get. Okay, so I did add a little bit more black here. I want it to be more of a darker color for our base. All right, so these are the colors I got. And I also added white just in case if I need to play with it. Maybe the path is going to be lighter here, so I'll quickly add a base layer there. But with my number 8 brush, tap it on the paper towel. I'm going to start with this like dark greenish color and kind of glaze it first with water right where we left off. Okay. A little bit in here, not too much. And then I'm going to switch over to this color. Kind of glaze it real quick. Use a little bit of more of this color. So right where we left off here, I'm gonna add that lighter color, and we can use a little bit of green. Kind of fill it in quickly. I'm going to use a little bit of this green, darker green, and then there's going to be the shadows from this tree. So something like this. Okay, and let's use a little bit of this color. And you don't need to clean your brush. This is the first base, so don't worry about the little details yet. We're just creating first layers. I'm going to use a little bit of green and this color. Creating light highlights first. And right by the, I'm going to use this color. Right by where we left off here, I'm going to randomly add bright highlights first. Just kind of follow where we left off. And it's okay if you go over the blue a little bit. That's totally fine. And then you can use the darker green for this part. Kind of gently. There will be some bushes and things like that here, so I'm not worried about making it perfect yet, but we're getting the base in real quick. Okay, so I'm going to dab my brush in water, use this color again, and I'm going to continue glazing it here, skipping some areas. And then here I'm going to use a little bit of this green and this. I want a little bit of a lighter green color. So this green and, a little bit of a darker green. There you go. Randomly mix those two together. Let's add a glaze of that in here. Use a little bit of this darkest green, create different shadows and things like that in our grass, right? Randomly mix those. We could use a little bit of a darker green now for this part. Dab my brush lightly in the water and use more green. And then as I go down here, I'm going to use this color. Mix it in with the green, maybe this brown. Randomly just blend it all in. Okay, dab my brush in the water. Let's use a little bit of this color. Randomly add it right in here. And as you go up, you can use the darker green and then even the lighter green. Let's just fill it in. Could use the lighter green in here. Dab my brush lightly in the water. Use a little bit of that darker color. Maybe a lighter green. Okay, we could use a little bit of this color now, the darkest, and create some shadows. Fill in the areas so I'm going to switch my brush to number 8 real quick and fill in the areas we haven't added paint. Randomly fill it in. We'll be obviously adding more details, but for now let's just use this color. Get the base layers down here. Kind of glaze it over and fill in the areas of the canvas where you missed. And then here, there's going to be a shadow, a little hill, curving up, right? So I'm going to use more of this color that we have mixed. And then here, I'm going to do something cool. I'm going to add a few rocks in here. Okay. And just go over the bottom area, create that nice dark shadow. Remember the reflection of the tree. I'm going to go over it real quick. Use a little bit of more green. It's more of a green color here, so clean my brush. And continue with this color here. And we're going to try to just go over some of these sections here. Use a little bit of this darker green for this part right here with the path. And just go around real quick. Okay, so for this part, I'm gonna clean my brush and use this light color with white. Let's just use those two colors randomly. Mix it, make a lighter color, and we're just gonna glaze the path with this lighter color, maybe a little more of this color, orangey color, and just let it fade out. We'll work on it with a detail brush later. We're just getting the base down. Just kind of go cover that area where we left off, right? And you can use a little bit of this color and this as you go down. Let's switch our brush to number 8. So you can use this and this color as you go down. And quickly glaze it with water and paint. And get the first layers in like this. It's good if you go over everything. We're just trying to get an idea down, because when you have the first layers, you can start to see the picture, and then it's easier to add details over the top. Okay, so real quick, very easy. Fill it all in. Now that this is dry, we're going to continue adding the next layer, and this is what I have. A little bit of white, thumb amount, and then each time go less. So less white here, smaller amount here, and very small touch of white here. And then here we have sap green and medium yellow, a little more sap green than yellow. And then here we have less sap green and more orange. And then here we have more sap green, touch of lamb black and phthalo blue. And then a little bit of orange, more scarlet red, and a little bit of more than this one, lamb black. And this is what I have. I also added more lamb black and phthalo blue as the darkest color. I'm going to take part of this color, this greenish color. Okay, and I'm going to mix it with this. And finally, a little bit of white and medium yellow as the lightest color, just in case sometimes I want a lighter color or a darker color. So we can play with these colors. So I'm going to take part of this green Okay, just a little bit, and mix it with this color. Okay, let's pick up our number 4 brush, and we're going to start by working from our far away grass up to these closer ones here. So I'm going to start with this green. Let's start with this green and my number 4, and I'm going to kind of start to add a little bit more little details. Maybe there's some separations real quick. Just kind of dab it in there, that color. Okay, maybe even comes down here, you know. Start to add a little more. Details so that our grass won't look flat. Okay. All right. As I am getting closer, I'm gonna switch my brush to number 8. Do the same thing with this light green first, and we're gonna randomly continue lightly pressing and dabbing, creating texture to our grass. Gently pressing, not too hard here. Okay, and on this side, let it fade out. All right. Next, we're going to use a little bit of let's use this darker green color for the darker shadows behind right here. I'm going to continue using my number 8. Just kind of go over some of these areas. I'm going to switch to number 4 brush because I don't want to create too big of spaces, you know. So let's use a little bit of this green in number 4 brush, and we're going to continue kind of adding a little bit of darker colors and details to our grass, shadows and things like that. continue with that green. I'm going to go over some of these, make them a little bit more. Give some variety of color to our grass. Okay, a little more on this side. You can even bring it down to the path a bit, like this. All right, clean my brush, and I'm going to use a little bit of this next darkest color, this reddish red colored, red tone, and I'm going to go over where the dark shadows are, where we kind of already started. I'm going to add a little bit more darker color inside here. Even going in here. Okay, continue on. On the bottom mainly, add the darkest color. And, well, let's continue using this. First, finish up by adding a little bit on this side. Next, we're going to use this green, right, mixed with this a little bit of this red. And then I'm going to reflect this tree here, right? I'm going to dab my brush in water, tap it on the paper towel, use a little bit of this color, mix those two together, kind of reflect this. Try your best. To reflect this tree. And this area is going to be pretty dark because I'm going to use a little bit of this darkest color we've mixed because it's reflecting the land. So I'm just going to fill this in. Dip my brush slightly in the water. Use a little more of this. Gently fade it out like that, and then you can continue on reflecting that, maybe a little green and this darkest color to give it a little blue reflection, and green, little blue-green reflection from these rocks. I'm going to dab my brush in water, tap it on a paper towel, use a little more green and this blue, darkest color for the shadows in our water. And just bring it down, back and forth. Okay. And you get a nice reflection. Dip my brush in the water, use a little bit of this green now, because I want to reflect a little bit of the grass colors, warm colors. Okay, I'm going to use the darkest color again with water, a little bit of water. And I'm going to try to make this tree a little bit of a darker reflection. Dab my brush in the water again, so I won't have too much paint. And then a little bit of green and this darkest color again. And on the bottom, like we did to our right side of the reflection, we're going to make it darker just a little bit, not too far down, and then bring it down to about the middle. And finally, I'm going to use a little bit of this light green and this green, get a in-between color, and with water gently go over the top to create some color reflection and glaze it gently. going to have some rocks here in the water, just a few little ones. So I added white a little bit here, and I'm going to take this orange, a little bit of this orange with the white, maybe a little with this darkest color. Make it look a little light tan gray color. So something like this. So now I'm going to add some rocks, lighter rocks, with my number 4 brush. One, I want it to be right where this tree is. Okay, something like this, and then one right here. Maybe there's some little ones. One right here. Go over these gently. Okay, and dab my brush slightly in the water, tap it on the paper towel, use a little bit of this orangey color, and I'm going to try to reflect it just a little bit. Maybe use a little more lighter color. Okay, and of course you can use your detail brush to kind of correct. For example, I'm going to use a little bit of this darker color and this color to get a little bit of a grayish shade. And then I'm going to add a little bit darker shade to this part. Maybe use a little bit more of this orange color and dark. And then you can use your detail brush to kind of reflect that a little bit. These are the little fine details. Okay, with this gray color, add a little bit of that in here. Let's make this a little darker. Dab my brush slightly in water, and water just makes it run smooth. I used a little bit more of a darker color here, something like this, and then I'm going to go back to this color again and try to finalize it. I think I'm going to make this a little more sharper. Okay, clean my brush, and then I'm going to use this darkest color and go around the rock, creating shadows around it. And you can add as many rocks as you want. Maybe there's some little ones in here, you know? Totally up to you. In the water. Let's draw a little log in the river here. We're going to use our number 4 brush, and we're going to start with the darkest color, this one. And we're going to sketch a first log. Probably just going to do one, kind of going out in here. That's it. Very small, maybe this broken log. And then we're going to use this color, this orangey color on top. I'm going to gently add that layer on top. Okay, and now I'm going to use my detail brush for this part and try to kind of make it a little sharper and cleaner. Use the darkest color with your detail brush. We're going to go over it. Start to add a little more. Sharper lines. I'm going to use a little bit of this orangey color mixed with black, or this darkest blue color we've mixed. Add a little details in here. Little sticks. Okay, and finally, clean our brush. We're going to use, let's use this lightest color that we use for the rocks. Maybe use a little bit of orange in this lightest color. we're gonna go over and add the brighter highlights. Gently pressing, not too much. We don't want to overdo it. Just want to add those brighter highlights. Okay. And we can use a little bit of this darker color. This is going in the water. And we could create some little reflections, not too much. We can also add a little bit of let's add some, maybe some little lily pads here with a little bit of this color, maybe green and orange. Randomly mix those, and we're just gonna quickly add just a few of those. Maybe we can add some in here. Not too much, just a few. Okay, very gently. And of course, we can go back with the lightest color. I'm going to add a little bit of white, actually, straight out of the tube. And I'm going to make it a little brighter by using this orange and white. Mix those quickly together. Get a bright color. And you can go over and add a little bit of color. Let's add some yellow. I don't want to use that green color because I want more orangey color. So a little bit of yellow, medium yellow. Like this, much better. More leaning towards a yellow color. We're going to go over and add a little bit of brighter highlights to them. Maybe even go back and add a few more. Totally up to you. And of course, finally, for this part, we can add a little bit of a darker shadow in the water. So with water in this kind of reddish color, we're going to go over on the bottom and kind of add the final darker reflections so that they'll stand out a little more. Just a little bit, so barely any color. We want more of the other color showing through. We can also add some rocks in here, doing the same technique. Use this color, maybe make it a little darker, so I'm gonna mix that in. And add a few rocks in here. There, maybe in here. Some in here. And then with a dark color. And you can use your detail brush as well for this part. Dark color I'm going to go over. Now I'm going to use a little bit of, let's use our detail brush. Use a little bit of this darkest color. Okay, and then we're going to start to go over our path here. Create a little bit of a separation. And let it fade out. Okay, I'm going to change to number 4. Use this darkest color. Continue kind of adding those little dark highlights. And then here we can use a little bit of this orange, maybe that red, and add a little bush in here. Maybe use a little bit of a darker color. Use a little bit of orangey color. Maybe there's another little bush in here. And then I'm going to switch to my number 8 brush and add another bush in here. Add one. Let it fade out. Okay. And then use this orangey color. And then maybe this greenish color, brightest color in here. Gently press. You could also do this with a sponge as well. Create a little bit of color. Okay, that's good enough for now. Let's use this color, this brightest green color, and add some highlights. For example, right here, see? Some highlights to the top of our grass here on some of these bushes. Okay, continue. Let's add that in here. A few little highlights. And now let's add a little bit of the dark colors, this darkest color, blue. And we're gonna go on the bottom here and add a little bit of dark shadows. Bring it down, a little bit of that reflection. And of course you can go back, maybe with white, a little bit of this, maybe this tan color, right? Just a lighter color basically. Mix it in with a little bit of yellow, doesn't matter. We just want a lighter color for our path. Kind of glaze it on some of the areas where we think the light will be hitting them. For example, right here, let's add that white and a little bit of yellow, why not? And fade it out. A little more yellow, why not? And then for the water part, finally we're going to add a little bit more details with our flat brush, dab it in the water. We're going to use this light color, right? We have mixed with water. It does not have to be, it doesn't matter, just choose, even if it's white by itself with a little bit of color, it doesn't matter. We just want a light color, lighter than the water. And we just want to add a few, we started the process here, we just want to add a few more very small detailed ones. That will finalize our water, make it look more realistic and cleaner. And you don't want to overdo it. Just add a few of those. And then you can work with your, doing the same thing, maybe a little bit of green and this darkest color, mix those. And let's add a little bit, maybe there's some sticks and little reflections of rocks and things like that in our water. And for fun, I'm going to add a few little bright flowers here. So straight that at the tube, we got orange, red, and medium yellow, and white. And I'm going to pick up my detail brush and let's start with the orange. And randomly, I'm going to just dab it like this. Just wherever you think you want to add little flowers in your grass. And let it fade out. We don't want too much, but a few of those bright colors. And as they get closer, they get a little bigger, right? So, kind of skip some areas and you can do the same thing a little bit on this side. We're not going to add too much, but just a few in here. Then let's use the red, kind of where we added. We're going to go over and add a little bit more darker shadows with just the red. Just a few in here. And then finally, yellow. And go over. Little flowers here. I'm going to use a detail brush in the darkest color and add a few little branches from this tree. Maybe it's sticking out like this. Okay. Very simple. And then we can add the highlights, use a little bit of white, maybe yellow, and go over and add a little bit of brighter highlights around it like we did with those trees. Okay. All right, we can always come back to detailing the grass, the rocks. You know, this is kind of the couple layers added to our grass. It's starting to look a little more detailed, but I will come back and really make it look nice, doing the same technique back and forth. But right now, let's move on and adding the base of our tree, getting that done before finalizing everything. Okay, so for this final tree here, these are the colors I added. For my leaves, a little bit of orange and scarlet red, less of that. Straight out of the tube, medium yellow, some white, and a little bit of medium yellow here, less white here, phthalo blue, and lamb black here. And I decided to add one more color, some red and ultramarine blue for the leaves. I did add a little bit more white here. I want it to be a little more lighter gray blue. And so these are the colors I have right here. So something like this, and then also use some of these, this darkest one probably. But let's start with our flat brush, dab it in the water, and we're gonna just start by getting a quick, use the darkest color here, quick first layer with water, sketch of our tree. So I'm gonna follow and kind of, so this left side of the tree is gonna be the darkest. So I'm gonna follow and let it fade out. Okay. And then make some branches. You can go over some of these branches. So a little bit of water in this color. We're just gonna gently go over some of these. And I'm using the corner of my brush. You could do this with the detail brush as well, if you wanted to. Totally up to you. Okay, a little bit more on this side. Okay, and the rest I'll do with the detail brush, but let's continue. And now let's use this color right here and add it right next to Gonna glaze it gently. And finally, let's just use this color we have mixed, okay, and get this side of the tree. And we might have to go back and forth with this part. Okay, I'm gonna clean my flat brush and then put it flat on the paper towel, and then I'm gonna switch over to my number 4. And I'm gonna actually use a little bit of white because I want this is a birch tree, so I want more of the white showing. Maybe use a little bit more of this darkest color, mix it with white. I want it to be a little more on the darker side here. Okay, a little more white. Add some white in here. You can use this yellow a little bit here on the bottom of this branch. We're going to go over. Okay, for now that's good. Let's switch over to our detail brush, and with this lightest color, we're going to swirl our brush and we're going to try to make it a little cleaner. Okay, continue all the way to the top. Connect some of these areas like this. Okay, dab our brush in the water, continue. Okay, now I'm going to clean my brush and use this darkest color. And I'm going to add some branches, dark branches. Maybe mix it in with this red actually. So it could be one warm color. And add as many branches as you want. As you could see, kind of added a few here, but I'm going to go over them and make them a little more detailed. Gently pressing with water, it runs nicely. So I dab my brush in water and then swirl my brush, get a sharp tip, and then it runs super nice. Gonna add some dark, you know how birch trees have this dark spots on them. I'm gonna do that. And you can add as many branches as you want for this part. We might have to go over some of these branches again, but I'm just getting the kind of base layer first. And I'm going to spend some time adding a few more branches, and then I'll show you what to do next after that. All right, the next part, we're going to add some leaves. So I'm going to use the bigger artist sponge. I'm going to dab it all the way in the water, and you can use the small one as well, whatever works best for you. So I'm going to use the big one first, and then I'll probably go back with the little one. But let's just see what happens. So it's nice and soft now. I'm going to choose the corner I like best, which I think would look the best. You can squeeze it to make some of these look a little smaller, right? So like this. And now I'm going to use, let's start with this orangey kind of color here, red orange. Okay, you can practice on your palette if you want. Okay, that's good enough. And I'm just gonna cover, and like I said, a lot of this is gonna be covered again, so I'll have to probably go over it again. But first, let's just start adding these darker colors gently. And it's okay if you go over it. Don't worry about that. Okay, gently press and add the dark leaves. Okay. And if you want it to be more solid, you press a little harder. So like in the middle here, it's going to be more darker inside. I'm going to continue gently press. I don't want to overdo it. Rather do less, and then you can always add more. I want some of the background sky showing through. Okay, a little bit here, and then small mountain here, not too much. Okay, and now I'm going to use the darkest color. Dab it like this. Okay, the darkest color, and go in the middle mainly. Kind of go over some of these, not everywhere. Okay, that's good enough. Now I'm going to switch over to the little one because I don't want to go over too much. So with the little one, and for example, there's a trick here before it dries, I'm going to use water and paper towel. For example, here, I want to kind of wipe some of this out. I don't want it to go this far. Okay, gently press and take out the paint. Okay, so that happens if I don't like something. So right here, I'm going to take part of it because I want that tree, I want the separation between here and here the same. Makes it more balanced. Okay, so I'm going to take away a little bit of this in here. And even inside here, I want some of this sky opened in my tree. So I'm going to go ahead and take some out with a wet paper towel. Just take some of it out. It's not going to be perfect, but a little bit will be good. And now I can use a smaller sponge and go over the little parts again. For example, I'm going to use this orange, red-orange color, and I'm going to go over and make it a little more detailed. Okay, I'm barely pressing. Okay, maybe a little bit in here, not too much. And in here, I'm going to go over, try to make it a little bit Some smaller ones here. I'm going to switch to the darkest color, this cherry color, and fill it in here. Go back to the red-orange color. And then you can go in here a little bit. Okay. And finally, I'm going to clean my sponge and use medium yellow. Medium yellow by itself. Okay. Something like this. And remember, the light is hitting on the right side. So I'm going to go over some of these on top and gently press and create that. And actually, you know what? Let's use this light color with medium. Let's just mix it together, make it super bright. Okay, like that. You can have some in here. Okay, some in here. So I'm barely pressing. Continue. You can use your sponge around, create different patterns. Skip some areas, right? And if you added too much, like I did just now, you do the same thing. Wet paper towel, kind of wipe the areas gently, and you can always come back and correct. And finally, I'm going to switch to my number 8 brush and then dab it on the paper towel to get most of the water out. And then I'm going to add a little more medium yellow, mix it with that bright color, the lightest color. We're going to play with those again. So this color and yellow. Okay, randomly. And we're going to continue creating some patterns, separations. For example, right here, I want to make it a little more fluffier on top. I'm going to skip some of these. continue here. Try to bring it down a bit. Okay, now come back to the rest. Let's switch. Doing the same thing, use our number 8, but switch to a darker color. And we're gonna try to use some of this red, maybe this cherry color. Okay, darker color. And we're gonna try to add a little bit more shadows, kind of like what we did with the other ones. Just a little bit, not too much. Okay, a little bit here. All right, and we can come back to this part, but let's go over with our number 4 or flat brush, whatever you're comfortable with. We're going to repeat the process again with the darkest color, kind of go over our tree here so that the branches would stand out a little more. I'm gonna actually switch to my detail brush because these are a little bit of smaller branches, so I want them to stand out like this. And then here, I'm gonna do that too. Kind of go over, not all of them, but some of them. Connect the branches and create more of details to your branch as much as you want, right? As much as you want right here. So I'm going to spend some time doing this, and then once I'm done, I'll show you what I get. Also, by the way, before I'll continue, basically once I'm done with the dark, I'm going to do the same thing. Use a little bit of white, right? White, and maybe this yellow, white and yellow, and go over my tree again, creating brighter highlights to the branches like we did with this tree, making it stand out a little bit more, okay? That's what I'm gonna do. All right, this is what we have so far. You can see I spent some time adding a little more highlights, going back and forth with branches, and had fun with this. Totally up to you, like I always say, how much detail you want to add to any part. But I'm gonna now come back and work on sections and parts where I want to add a little more detail or more highlights, things like that. I could be done with it, right? It looks pretty finished, but I like to go above and beyond and have a little more fun with it. So I'll show you what I do to finalize this piece. Basically, I think what I'm gonna do is add a little more maybe highlights. I kind of started a little more highlights to the path here, and then also maybe go over some flowers again, try to make it a little brighter, and just things like that. So I'll mix some color and we'll finalize the painting. And this is what I added. A little bit of white straight out of the tube by itself, and then a little bit of white here, like a half a thumb amount, and then less white here, a little bit of medium yellow and more sap green. And then here I have a small amount of sap green, medium yellow, orange, and a little bit of lamp black. And then straight out of the tube, orange and scarlet red. And then we have a little bit of sap green, lamp black, and phthalo blue. I'm going to mix these colors, and if I need to add more, I will show you. Alright, so these are the colors I got. I did add a little bit more white here because it was on a darker side. So just a little bit more white to lighten it. But I am going to play with the titanium white, mix those and put it on the path a little bit just to lighten some areas. Like I said, I already started adding that right here. I'm going to add a little bit more, not too much, and maybe a little bit of light in there. Very small details like that. And this is just for the grass, if I need to add a little more grass effects. And then orange and scarlet red is for flowers. I'm going to go over and try to make it a little bit more, make some of them stand out a little more. And then this is for the dark shadows. This darkest color, it's going to be in case I want to go over the path shadows in here and around the rocks, and then as you can see with the detail brush, I kind of added small little shadows around the rocks to make it stand out a little more, right? So things like that. So this is the fun part, little fine details you can work with your detail brush or your number 4, right? And so let's start with the path. So I kind of started here, but again, a little bit of white, and let's mix this color to get a little bit of a in between, maybe lighter kind of tan color. And what I did was I just kind of glazed it, and since I already have water here, it runs smoothly on the canvas. So a little bit, and then I'll let it naturally disappear. And then a little bit of this color, maybe a little darker, right in here. Some lighter areas. Maybe light is showing through. We want to keep this a little darker because of the shadows of the tree. That's what this line is. It's more of the shadows of the branches, trees, things like that. We do have the shadow right here of this, but you know, the branches are sticking out and things like that, so you want a little bit kind of going sideways to the left. All right, so I'm going to keep it pretty dark path in here a little bit, and then add more brighter in here. And then as I go in more, I can use the star, just the color by itself. Try to add a little bit more little details, things like that, little rocks, maybe shadows, and let it fade out. Okay. Let's add a little bit of white, mix it with this color again. I'm gonna go over some of these rocks, create a little bit of brighter highlights on some of them, not everywhere. So a little bit more. Gently dab and create little rocks and bright highlights. So a little bit more white. Go over some of these. And just work your way down. Whatever comes closest to us becomes a little more sharper and detailed. Okay, and I'm gonna go over this rock as well, make it a little brighter on top here. Okay, just a little bit in here. Clean my brush, use this color, add it in here a little bit. And then I'm gonna use this darkest color, maybe mix it with red for fun. And I wanna go over and add darker shadows inside here with a little bit of red and this color we've mixed. Let's just combine those together, and then I'm gonna try to create a very dark shadows there. And these details you might not maybe see as well in the video, but it will make your painting pop when you add a little more sharper and darker highlights, things like that. So these kind of details are up to each person, up to you. You might be happy with the way your painting looks already, but I like to kind of add a little more interesting things in my paintings. Okay, maybe a little bit of dark shadows inside here, separations, things like that. Clean my brush and maybe let's add a little bit of this dark color again actually in here. Maybe these are little rocks. Okay, and with your detail brush, I'm gonna go over now and work on the flowers. Now I'm gonna play with, actually, let's go to our number 8 brush and quickly use this green that we've mixed before working on the flowers. And I'm gonna add a little bit more grass, kind of gently pressing and creating that nice texture, almost like working with a sponge. I'm gonna go over some and create more texture in my grass. Barely pressing. Okay, and do the same on this side. Go over some of these. Barely pressing. And a little bit maybe in here. All right, I can always work on that part later, but for now, let's add our flowers. Let's use our detail brush and this orange, and I'm gonna kind of go over some of these. It's probably going to be hard for you to see it in the video, but again, I'm going to try to add a little bit of flowers that are in the grass. Very small amount of them, maybe on this side a little bit. Okay, and then you can use the red, scarlet red, and go over the flowers again. On some of these. And then I'm going to clean my brush and use white. You can use white, maybe mix it with a little bit of red. Just a little bit to make it pink, light pink. And with this color, I'm going to add a little bit more little bright highlights on some of these for fun. And fade it out. And as the things get closer to us, obviously they'll get a little bigger, right? And continue working. And then once you're done with this part, you can now, with your detail brush, kind of go over everything and work on adding details to your water, to whatever you want, right? Adding a little more highlights. Totally up to you. This is pretty much done. Now I'm just adding little things like this to make it a little stand out a little more interesting. But the painting is pretty much finished. Alright, I'll be done for today. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please be sure to like and subscribe and share if you found this video helpful for you. Alright guys, take care and God bless.